Hello, hello, hello. How's everyone doing today? Hope y'all are doing well. We're gonna be doing some space engineering shipbuilding today, as well as a little bit of work, not only on shipbuilding but also kind of. I have ideas, interesting thoughts on videos that I watched earlier, and I think I just kind of want to just talk about some of those. I think that'll be an interesting portion. So that's kind of what I want to do today. So yeah, that's how we're gonna work this. A good chunk of this is spurred on by videos that I watched earlier today, and some of the thoughts, like, yeah, some of the conversation elements were interesting ideas that I curious about what everyone else would think of this. Because yeah, there's just interesting moments to everything. Concepts that have very interesting meanings behind them. And I just think it'd be an interesting bit to talk of. Part of this is also there's a story that I want to end up telling, but to tell that story is going to be semi difficult because I haven't fully fleshed out the story yet. But there are parts of the story which I think are interesting. And it's kind of like the idea of talking about storytelling in a little bit of a way. Part of this idea is, part of the idea is one of the things in the story that I've thought of, and I kind of like the idea of working with, is how different groups interact and why wars are fought, and partially, as well as that, the different kinds of people that fight in wars. I don't know. I've been watching a lot of videos, and I find it interesting to do that. Like, you know, why certain people might do certain things. A lot of the videos that I watched earlier today have been like, a lot of them were like, why the New Republic didn't work, or what of their actions were reasonable. And I think a lot of those kinds of things were interesting to listen to because in the videos that I was watching, a lot of them were by the Templin Institute, which is like a sci-fi breakdown channel. And I thought a lot of the points that they made were very interesting. And I don't know, I feel like I've got things I want to talk about, and a good chunk of what I want to do today is more or less based on, uh, yeah, based on kind of creating things and working with these different things and all this other stuff. I don't really care too much of a lot of these missiles and stuff down here, but I do want to clear up some of these, so I'm going to do that quickly, and then we'll get started with the main bulk of today, which is I'm not as happy with, I'm not as happy with what I ended up making earlier. My previous ship that I was making, I'm not as happy with, and so I want to delete it. I want to get rid of it. At the very least, save the design idea for something else. But yeah, so I'm just gonna kind of clear some of this up. That go. All right. I'm just gonna leave the rest like this. It's fine, I guess. But I'm gonna go grab all these, get back into space, get the rest of the stuff done. But yeah. I think one of the things that I don't know, I'm not as happy with the ship that I designed. I think it is too large for the game's design. So while I think the design, like the size and scope of the ship, is probably the more realistic size and scope for the ship, I don't know if I want to continue trying to build it at that scale. Other parts of it is trying to think of what the different types of ships are going to be used for. Why is this ship? Because oddly enough, I don't know. I'm looking at at the ship, its shape, its design, and I'm not as happy with it. And I don't know how to change it to make it better yet. So I'm gonna go get to it, looking at it. Oh look, there's a partial eclipse right now. That's kind of cool. You can see that little dot around the sun. That's kind of cool to see. It's now completely been engulfed. I don't know if you guys can see it on your end, but on my end, you can see the shadow of a planet. It's about not quite to the middle yet of the sun, but it's getting fairly close to the middle of the sun. I think that's kind of interesting to see. But yeah, some of the different things is like, I don't know. I was thinking a lot about like the story that I had and how different elements would be built up, and it makes me want to redesign certain things to try to make a more reasonable designed ship. And yeah, I don't know what I want to do yet. So, but yeah, I kind of just had a lot of interesting ideas due to a lot of videos I was watching earlier, mostly being you know uh, why certain things work in certain science fiction universes, why some things don't, what things make other science fiction better than others, different types of vehicles, and how they're used, um, what makes certain governments in sci fi work kind of better versus ones that don't really make any sense, and a lot of interesting things of that nature that I was looking at earlier. And I think it's kind of interesting to think about. I do think one of the more interesting elements are kind of the way that everything can kind of coalesce, if that makes sense, and end up fitting together. Like how you can have like different things designed for different roles, and thinking about how different elements work together. Such as, if a ship is designed for a particular role, how does that play into the doctrine of the people who made the ship? You know, what kind of things lead to different types of ships being built? What kind of design doctrines would that make sense for? What makes sense for for a military ship to be designed like? What kind of visual language do I want to portray? Like how different things like triangles and circles kind of portray different types of things, and how I want to use that kind of potential design language elements as well as other parts of it, because part of the bit is as well, I think depending on the shape that I go with for this ship and I want it to work, will change drastically some of the other design elements of it. And there's a lot of interesting components to that idea. But yeah. Hopefully I'll get close to the ship again and yeah, there's just a lot of interesting things I don't know. Looking at the ship that I previously built, I find a lot of it lacking, and I don't know what I want to do about that. While I like the proportions and the scale, I find a lot of its design features empty, and I don't like it as much. So, yeah, got a lot of different ideas. Very interested to see how everything ends up playing out for today's stream. I'm heavily creative and very undirection. So that'll be an interesting stream. Got a lot of ideas flowing, but a lot of them are to do with kind of the more grand story elements of the universe that I want to create. Because one thing that I've been working on, kind of just on the back burner for a while, is I have an idea for a story, but that story is very undeveloped. And so I very much am having to try to figure out what I want to do for the development of that story. Such bits, do I like this ship design? Because that is one thing that I am going to say right now. I don't like this way of building the ship. I do not necessarily like this shape for this. I also think, given the shape of these ships, I don't know. I don't like their. I don't like. I don't like most of this. After looking at it again, let me just alter where the sun is so it can be better seen. Yeah, there we are. Looking at this ship's rough shape now, I'm not as happy with it. And I don't really. I don't know what to do about it. Because part of the thing that I don't like about this ship is it feels semi incomplete. Like it should be slightly bigger, oddly enough. Because this front section and then this widening, I almost feel like it needs, since this is about 1/3, that's about, like, this feels like it's 1/3, this feels like it's another third. It feels like there's more shaping needed to be done toward the rear end of this ship. Like, it should go out wider to maybe create a slightly shorter but a wider section, maybe. But at the same time, it's already huge, and I don't know if I want to go bigger. While also, the general shaping of this ship, I'm not too. I don't know. A lot of it doesn't look. It feels too round, in my opinion. With this section right here, it feels almost like there's supposed to be extra stuff going on, especially when it comes to this kind of shaping here. Feels like it's supposed to be carried on a little bit further back, maybe with a even thinner but wider wing. I don't know. This just feels like this should continue all the way back, and then there should be something else to it. I don't know. The other bit is I don't know if I don't like certain design elements of this. It feels too capital ship sized. I don't know. I don't know. I want to check something. I have the. Do I not have any of the RWY? Oh, there we go. I do, in fact, have the Apollo Battle Cruiser. Okay. Because I was looking at some of these. Oh god. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like this is 37,000 large uh grid blocks. Where's the Apollo battle cruiser at? Okay. So the Deadless. Yeah, the Valiant Deadless class. Okay, so this is the Deadless. Uh okay, so these are the same. So the Apollo and the Deadless are the same class of ship, with the Valiant being a bit bigger. So I'm gonna try to spawn in the Valiant so that I can kind of get a look at the ship, and because I think RWY ships are probably, in my opinion, I think they're the best design, maybe, but I don't know. I don't know. Can I please? Yeah, I know that some of these aren't available in this world. That's fine. I just want the rough size and shape so I can get a better idea on kind of scaling of what I have now, because for some reason I feel like what I have now is to me it feels too big, if that makes any sense. I don't know. Either way, we're gonna spawn this in. I'm gonna I forget that these use a lot of custom slope blocks, so that makes sense. These were custom weapons, I believe they were, or thrusters, I think, depending on the series. Okay, so these don't really have much of a bridge to them. Not like a main bridge to them. Alright, obviously that's what thrusters are. I could have sworn that these ships had a larger bridge. And I know that this isn't the... Yeah, I know that that's not the underside. Interesting. Okay. Thought it was one of these Apollo ships. Interesting. Let me quickly grab the F8 camera, and I want to go look through the inside of this thing. Cause yeah, I've seen this ship in kind of the universe, so I have a rough idea on what it's supposed to be like. Uh, yeah, so you kind of have these quick launch tubes, and then you have sort of the internal hangar, which actually is fairly sizable. Okay, and yeah, this is quite large. That's 4 blocks tall. That's 3, so this is actually fairly sizable, and it's double that. So just in here is 1, 2, 3, 4 on either side. So it's 8 plus 1, 2, 3, potentially 4 in the launch tubes. So you know what? That actually makes a lot of sense. I do kind of like this walkway style, like here. Where's the bridge on this thing? Uh, okay, I assume maybe this is like the command and control room, or no, this is the bridge. Okay, so it only has It only has a upper window and then two small side windows. Okay. But no forward window. Okay. And then, of course, the large main walkway. Okay. And then you got your, like, hangar reactor room. Okay. And then, of course, down below, again, with this walkway style. Yeah, this feels way better than what I've got right now. And I feel like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like my ship needs more work, but I don't know what to do to make it look a bit better. I don't know. I think I got an idea though. Let me delete this real quick. I got an idea. Just looking at this now. Oh wow, we've got 6 views on Twitch right now. Hi guys. Hi all those that are hopping in. I hope y'all are doing well. Um, I was watching a lot of stuff earlier and got in a really creative mood, so I decided I'm gonna work on this, trying to figure out how I want to actually build all of this under the main auspice of this being a patrol ship and these being the fighters of the patrol group. So basically, any patrols that go on in the actual in this universe that these ships would inhabit, the way that a kind of patrol would work would basically be you'd have one main ship, basically a cruiser type vessel, that then has these smaller ships that it then deploys around either the system that it's in or other systems to basically provide a wider net for reconnaissance, as well as having these smaller ships be a lot easier to not notice for any potential aggressor if they were to poke their head into any of these groups or systems. That is the idea behind this vehicle. But I'm not as happy with it, and I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut off this, cut off this, and we're just gonna remove this entire top section because I'm not happy with it at all. None of this portion am I happy with. So it's gotta go. That should now have separated it. Oh wait, there's this. I'm just gonna snip it here. There we are. That honestly makes that look a lot better. And I think what I need to do is figure out how I want this front nose to end up being. Because I like this sort of bulkier area here, especially if I'm going to put heavier weapons on this layer. But this back end looked too big for this vehicle. And I feel like, I don't know, I feel like this should be kind of a thinner fin, almost like almost like that back end on a Venator. But I also want to have a sort of not necessarily a, I guess it would be sort of like a, I think it would be the kind of a command bridge section, which would be different from kind of where your commander would be during a combat operation. They probably wouldn't be in the command bridge, but or they'd be sort of in a deeper comms room near the command bridge. So if the bridge is below that bridge, it's probably be the command station, which I actually think can work well in this design by having the kind of command center while the ship is in a combat situation being down here, and then having the command area being above it. I like that idea because that also means that to get to it in any aspect words, you'd have to get up through there. So I think that's good. The other bit is I do still have plenty of space here for the hangar, which I'm happy about. I can have quick deploy fighters. So I think this is good. I feel like I just need to try to figure out how I want to do this main area. And I feel like I don't know. I like these small wing elements, and I kind of want to expand that towards the back end. But at the same time, I don't have any reason to. Like, I feel like I should build something else. It feels like that width is not right. It feels like there should be something else to make it a little wider, but I don't know what I can do about it. Actually, I just had an idea. I could make an interesting aspect. Yeah. What I could do is I could do the large guns for this vehicle, or some of them, could be on sort of uh wing elements that kind of come out to here, allowing complete width firing while also allowing the guns that are going to line this top section, as well as that would probably show up a bit smaller on these stepped elements to arise. I think the other thing I'm going to do is I think I'm going to pull this stepping design and pull up a bit more. So maybe make this step once, maybe twice, but I have the other amounts of the steps longer and below. I think. I don't know. I don't know. This design looks interesting, but I'm not as pleased with it. I feel like I don't know. I feel like this design doesn't look very good, and I don't know what else I can do to really fix it. A lot of the parts built on this just they're not right, and I don't like it. Something's off about this design, and I can't put my finger on it. I almost feel like stripping this back completely, removing all of these side portions, the entire front, upper, and getting back to that hangar design, and whether or not I want this hangar design like it is now. And I don't know, because honestly, I don't know. This is. I'm not. I feel like this design has. These wings make me want to go wide with the ship. But the height I was giving it is not providing that ability to just go wide with it. And going wide with it, having these protrusions this far back, doesn't seem to fit anything. This works okay on a different vessel, one that feels not, I don't know. I feel like I want to add, that feels like would make sense if I maybe gave a bit of verticality toward the front and maybe curled it up like that. So on this front nose section going down and having that nose kind of come up back here before sweeping or coming to a point toward the rear. Do I want to do that? I don't know. That idea doesn't seem half bad to go kind of take a steeper angle down, create sort of a back up section where it kind of curves a little, and then sweeps back out. So it kind of goes down like this, cuts down around that time. So it's slowly and then steeply. It would add space for the bigger guns towards the front of the vehicle, and somewhat would make this open section here make sense. But I don't know. I don't know. So much of this I'm not certain on. I feel like I don't know. I don't know. There's just some part to this that I'm not happy with. And I don't really know what to do with it. This is purely a spacefaring vehicle, but I don't know. None of this feels right sized to me. This feels oddly enough too much. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Every part of this is giving. I don't know. The design of these fighters I like, but I can't. I. Ah. There's just something about this shape that I just don't know about. Oddly enough, this feels like this should not come to a point, but should be rounded. But at the same time, rounding this doesn't feel right. Like, this design feels like it should be round, but should be pointed. And at the same time, the engine block is not fitting. No part of this fits together. It feels very disorganized visually, and I don't know what to do about it. Because I don't know what to do to change this to make it congruent with this. And I don't know what to do about, like, if I chop these exit areas off, this is what size compared to these? These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. These are one block bigger. If I wanted to, I could, in theory, scoot this over a block, create this to be another of these ports, and then only have the exit out the back. This would allow for a less pointed vehicle, and would allow for a gradual point. But at the same time, then, that does very limit my engine space and provides, I don't know. This vehicle feels like it needs a wing element, but I don't know how to make the wing element fit. Because the bulk of it doesn't, nothing fits here. No part of this seems to fit. None of the visual language fits, and I don't know what to do about it. Every element of this ship just doesn't feel right. The idea behind the idea behind these spaces, I like. This hangar space looks good. The idea of flying out the back of the ship feels reasonable because getting to the back of a ship would be the hardest space to get to, especially if I add some relatively okay looking PDCs towards the bottom of this hangar space. But at the same time, I like the idea of a ability to leave out of several points. It allows for blockages to not occur as much. Whilst, something running through the back end of the vehicle doesn't seem likely, this also takes up so much space that it's hard to really make something work well. I don't want to cut half of these back end sections, but these back ends are built in coordination with these way elements, whereas the rest of the ship doesn't make any sense with them. The sort of stepped nature of this doesn't fit right. I feel like if I wanted to make this not feel as stepped, I'd have to create like a line that runs basically all the way down this. And I don't, hmm, just, I don't know. Something about the design language of the ship just isn't, I'm not seeing it. And it's annoying because, I don't know. Some part of this is just driving me nuts, and I don't know what it is. I think part of it is these are designs that are very round. They're very they're very almost peaceful. They're not, the one point is right here, and then it's all either angled or somewhat smooth. It's not violent looking. This feels like a defensive ship, which in all aspects it is. This looks like its role. This just doesn't fit right. Something about its design is not making sense to me. Its look is confusing me, but I don't know what I need to cut off to fix it. And I don't know if I cut something off, how I would reshape it to make it work better. I don't know. Because, yeah, there are parts to this which would make sense to remove, but I just don't know what to remove. I don't know. The other bit is it's large, almost larger than I'd want it to be. I don't know. Part of this feels too large, but at the same time, part of it doesn't because, right, like I think a Venator Star Destroyer is a little over a kilometer long, right? How big was the Venator? I know that wait, no, that can't be right. How long was the Venator again? 1 second. Okay. So yeah, it was a little over a kilometer. About 1.1 kilometers long. So these are about 2 kilometers, so that would 2 meter blocks. So I think this vehicle runs about the length of the Gerald R. Ford class of carriers, right? Because this is, I don't remember. Um, Alright. Yeah, the length of that is about 300 meters. 337 for the Gerald Ford class aircraft carrier, which I think was about the same size as this thing. So this is about the same length as the largest of the warships produced on Earth. And I don't know, some part of this isn't fitting right. I don't know. I just don't know. Aspects of this design just, I just can't wrap my head around. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to save as Design World. And I'll just name this Patrol V2 or Patrol V1. Save. Okay. And then save as Patrol V2. And with this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut off everything from around this. So I'm going to go to the elements that are securing this, basically, the origination of the design, and I'm just going to chop this way and remove this. I'm going to chop forward, and I'm just going to remove everything to try to figure out what I can do to make this work better. We're just going to chop off this entire front half of the ship. Everything 4 of these are going to be chopped off. So there goes that. Everything below this point is going to be removed. So we're just going to kind of remove all this. Just get rid of that. Oh, God. Quick load. Yes. That was annoying. Yeah, I'm just going to remove chunks of the ships. Try to figure out what I need to do to try to make this design work better. I do like the idea of the scale, but at the same time, I don't know. I know the idea that spaceships are going to be larger than real life ships. But the concept of a patrol ship being the size of an aircraft carrier, which would likely mean that it probably have a similar crew complement, which I think is how many people are on an aircraft? Yeah, so that's 5,000 people that crew an aircraft. Uh, okay, so that's about 3,000 people to operate the vehicle plus some. So, yeah, it's a lot of people. So I don't know if I'd want the ship to. Because, yeah, obviously there'd be a lot. I don't know. They, I want to take. I don't know. There's a good chunk of the ship that I'm just still iffy about. I want to make better strides to design a vehicle in a more reasonable manner. But part of the reason why that's more difficult now is that I don't have a general shape for the design language. And I think that's the part that's causing me the most difficulty. Is that I don't have a general design language for this faction. There's not like a this is the design language of the faction. There's a rough idea on what the design language of the faction is to be. Okay. Yes. Good. All right. And then I'm going to remove the top. Because, yeah, just too much of this ship just doesn't feel right. I'm going to cut these underwing sections off, which more or less is doing this. Right? This doesn't cut into anything on the inside that I don't want to cut off, right? Nope. Perfect. So right now, these are almost wholly separate, so I'm just going to chop them off completely. All right, so now I'm just going to chop this off, go to the other side, do the same thing, just chop these off. Parts of this look okay, but too much of this ship's design language doesn't make sense. Okay, so now I can get a idea on where I need to make the other chop. So I can come through like this and just chop like that. This now clears that. So, and then I can just come over here and remove all of this. Delete that. Delete the engine bank. Delete this layer. And do any of that that needs to be done back here, which doesn't look like there needs to be anything there. So we'll just clear it from over here. Yeah. I think too much of this design went way too far too soon. I mean, too much of the design came way too soon. All right. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to also use this time to basically chop this area off as well. So I think we're going to come from the outside, chopping downward to remove a good, healthy chunk of the ship. So, oh, good. This seems to be the main portion. But this doesn't, so that's good. That means that I can do this. And remove everything I don't want. Perfect. Alright. Remove you. There is no longer a middle point built for this, so I'm gonna have to figure that out, but that'll be fine. Alright, so we're just gonna kind of come over to here. use this right now to boom. We got another middle point, and then I'm going to come from the back end of the hanger section and just do a nice little chop. So from this point downward and across. Everything past this can be removed now. I'm going to go remove this. Where is that floating block? I feel like this design needs some more elements to it. And oddly enough, I feel like the hanger section needs more to it. I think I need to make at least another 2 of these stations. So we have a total of 12 of these. Yeah. I think that's what I want. I want 12 of these total, and then I want to remove these elements that don't work. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make another 12 of these boxes. Let me just make sure the lines are for every single one of these. So every element of this should be the same, including this line, just to help differentiate each one of these bays. All of that will stay the same. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make another 2 of these down the floor of the vehicle. And then I will continue the work on the ship based on the scale that I come up with for this. Because I think another part of this is that I feel like I don't know, there's some part to this that just doesn't fit. I feel like elements of this vehicle were designed in a way that did not have a reasonable design premise. How big are each of these? These are 11 across, and I guess I can just go as far as I want. One, so that's what? 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11. Yep, that's 11 across. I think it would be about that, right? Almost. Almost. 2 more. Then I just verify the center by doing a little bit more, but yeah, we're going to work on this in that way. So, wait a second. Uh-oh. I built that one too far. I need to remove this layer, add more, and then remove 1 more. So I need to remove this, and then remove 1 more from here to make that work right, because that was an extra one for a wall. So now this should be 11, which means 1, 1, that. So we'll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yes. And then about using the 11th here. Positioning myself about where the 11th is. More or less that one's the one I needed to remove. I can easily fly up to confirm. Good. And then we add in our connector because that definitely needs the connector. All right. And now I just need to replicate this one more time. So 1, grabbing 11. I'm going to go 99, which means that I need to remove the middle block here, which is that. 1, 2, 3, 5, 1, 5. And then just boom. Perfect. Now that these are done, go building back up the back wall, finishing this up, adding on the interior pieces, and finishing that. The other idea that I gotta figure out is how these are going to be designed. As way too much of this design work is not making sense. And the other thing I need to do is I need to work on making the interior. I feel like the interior is way too left out of these designs. Boom. All right. So I think I'm gonna go one further and giving the wall here. Perfect. The other bit is with this lower down section, which I do like, is what goes here. Because yeah, what goes here? What do I want to put in that area? What makes sense to put in that area? And the other bit is I'm going to work on lighting because I feel like lighting is something that's going to be desperately needed to be fixed because some of this lighting just is not going to be good right now. So I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to put the floodlight angled on these areas. So we're going to do with probable 1, 3, I think works. 3 does in fact work. This does put them at the very edge, which might need a bit of working to make it work better, but yeah, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Perfect. And then I'm just going to do that on all of these. So I'm just going to build up each of these rows, not flipping them and building them like this. Good. So this is 12 fighters, which I feel like is the right number of fighters to have in this aspect. And then I'll just build this out because estimating from the point 1 makes sense. 1, boom, 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 bang, boom. Good. We'll just fix all of these. Then I'll remove all the other fighters. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. And yeah, I'm gonna go add all of these lights and we'll see how this looks. And we'll see if this makes it look better. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Bang. And this should hopefully also provide that laying out these ones would be a lot easier because I can just do that. Do the same thing over here, just rotate. I will have to probably change these spotlights slightly, but not by much. I feel like this is a lot of lights. But to be fair, the hangar is the one place that'll make sense to have a lot of lighting. Although this is really wrecking my computer. Yeah. I see why I forget to light most of my vehicles because no, you go over here. Okay. And I just got to remember that the blocks for this are going to be here. 1, 2. And in that corner. Alright. Where is the frickin'... There it is. Alright. Yeah, I like this design. If I just turn off L and look at these when I finally get close enough for the lighting to operate, because, you know, it doesn't like to operate very far away from me, apparently. I actually think this is pretty reasonable. Yeah. Alright. So I think this is good lighting. I like the lighting here. I think this looks good. I don't know whether I want to make this trench lesser or more. One of the reasons why I kind of want to make the trench more is if I make it one further deep, I feel like I can place easily some fighters in this trench. Some maybe lesser fighters, like not these bulky behemoths, which, I mean, let's face it, these ships are designed with the intention, right? These are designed with the intention of being out for decent periods of time, maybe 1 to 2 days at a time per each ship. They're designed to leave this, go out for probably a day or so to get a decent grasp on an area, and then probably either be swapped or whatever. So you might send out 4 at a time. Well, not 4 at a time. You'd probably send 8 and then send out the last 4 out to replace the first 4 you sent out and then run it in an increment like that. So whilst 4 are here being kind of refitted, resaturated, rearmed, whatever, the rest are being sent back out, and you have that. But at the same time, the idea behind having vehicles at the bottom seems reasonable. Smaller vehicles, maybe, but definitely vehicles. But at the same time, I don't know, because it doesn't feel right either. I have a rough vision, but the problem is that rough vision really doesn't make a lot of sense. I almost feel as if this should be one block and then maybe I add the rest above it. And then add maybe a central... Well, in that central corridor wouldn't work then, because... I don't know. I halfway want to create... I I don't know. So much of this ship's design is... I don't know. Because I like this look, but at the same time, I almost feel like I should have these reversed. So, like, chopping this in half, moving it to the other side, and then providing a more internal area, and then having these almost launch outward. And so they would launch into a outward chute that then they can get out from. Or, like, if they're like this, that they'd come out forward, go down, go out, and then leave the ship from, like, maybe back here, launching like this. Sort of providing an extra space, so it'd be two different racks. And they'd sort of have like a, not necessarily a launch tube, but a more lengthy exit, allowing maybe one area where they can kind of come in through here and then they'd launch out the front. I don't know. I feel like to make this ship work, I have to make it so large that certain elements make more sense. Almost like, I don't know, almost like the type of these scout vessels have their own dedicated hangar space, maybe below most of the rest of the vehicle. And so this would more or less be the bottom of the vehicle with then basically the shell outside of it. So let's say, maybe, I don't know, one, two, and that being the bottom layer, basically those three blocks. So that, you kind of cover the back end, maybe do some shaping, but that's like the bottom of the vehicle. But then up top, it widens a bit more, maybe even one step further than even this. And having this sort of be like a kind of area where you'd come in through the bottom of the ship. You'd park your vehicles, then as you come out, you go out the other side of the ship, and then you go out, and then you kind of do that, or maybe even coming around the bottom and exiting out the sides. Although, again, if I did that, that would make this so wide that the length it would have to be to make that length look reasonable would have to be very large, because, I mean, let's say maybe a reasonable length to width without significant increases in width. Because how wide is this right now? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, that'd be 20. So this is about 39 wide. So if this is about 39 wide, and I choose to add at the very bare minimum the width of the aircraft, so that'd be 39 plus probably a minimum of 12 on either side, so about 24, the edge and the width itself. So actually it'd be a little bit further than 24. It'd probably be an extra, I don't know, 4 on each side beyond the width of the thing itself. So we'll say, I don't know, we'll say another 30. So another 15 on either side. So now the ship's about 69 wide, which means that if I wanted to get to, let's say, an 11 block width, so minus 11, that would leave me with 58 blocks that I'd need to go in from. If each of those per going in that many, what would be the length that I'd need to add to the front? Let's say per in one would be 5 forward, or like 3 forward. That would have to require, even leaving off on an 11 width at the front, that'd be like times what, 5? So it'd be 290 blocks in length beyond the end of this front section. So I definitely have to cut inward, but cutting inward also has its own challenges for shaping. So I feel like that doesn't really work as well. Because yeah, these ships are about 9 blocks in width themselves, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Yeah, these are about 9 blocks each, with an extra block for more or less just to make the hangar more spacious. In theory, I could remove 3 blocks or 2 blocks from either one and make it work. Do I want to do that? If I do that, that makes it a little shorter, and that allows that I can probably still make this maybe 11. Because this is 6 of these. If I remove 2 blocks from either one, that's another 12. So that'd make this back down to about the length of the 5th. Well, it's a decent amount of space. And they look a little tighter, but I don't know if I want to make the fighters look tighter in their hangars. I don't know if I like the idea of giving them the space, but at the same time, that space, there's a lot of space I need to make reasonable. I almost feel like each of these needs to have almost like a tube that goes through it, like going this way, to make it look right. I don't know. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm gonna try to figure this out on how I want to make this work. think I've figured out a way to make this work. At least make it work a little bit better. At least, maybe. The idea would be to entirely redesign the entire hangar space and to more or less have two very separate hangar areas. So what you'd kind of have is you'd have your wider hangar like this, and then what you'd do is you'd have a hangar where they're facing outward toward the back or the front. This hangar space where they're facing outward would be where hangars would kind of launch like this, where they'd be able to launch out the sides of the ships. And that would be towards the probably front of the vessel. But then you'd have a section of the hangar where it's designed like this, where you have the much wider, larger portion of the hangar. So maybe the 4 is in the back, or 3 in the back, and then another 8 towards the front or something. So you'd have this much bigger area in the back here, and then we'd move these 3, basically these bays forward, doubling them. So you'd have your 4, so you're double high, and that would be 4 of this, and this would be towards the aft, having them connected. And so it allows for that sort of space, and then maybe even, I don't know, I also feel like doubling the size of this would allow for the scale of the ship to fit better, but I don't know. I feel like the part that I'm having the hardest part with is how many fighters I want on this. Because in the other ship, in the one that I pulled up, the Apollo, it has dual height systems where you have your top and then you have your lower level one. I like the idea. I can fit like 3 or so fighters on the bottom layer and 2 up top. That's 5 on either side. That's plenty, not to mention in the chutes. But something about that just doesn't feel... I like this look. But at the same time, this look just doesn't make enough sense. It looks not quite right, and I don't know what to do about it. Because this would be a grand total of 12 of these recon fighters, which they're not really even fighters because they only got 2 guns. They're just recon vessels, patrol ships. Little gun, like patrol boats, but I don't know. Just can't see it. Everything looks right, but at the same time looks so wrong, and I don't know what to do about it. I don't know, because the part that's causing me the greatest pain is I like the space. The problem is that everything I go from this point really elongates how big the ship really would make sense to be. I mean, a benefit that most aircraft carriers would have over because this would be basically a patrol cruiser carrier kind of hybrid thing. It is a patrol cruiser carrying basically what are patrol boats or scout vessels, which all would have like a crew of like 2 to 3 people. So you got like 3 different people on each of these. There's 12 of them. This would already be a crew of like 80 people, not to mention for just, the pilots and the other crew member, not to mention any maintenance kind of crew that you would need. And I don't know. Everything doesn't feel right. Numbers don't make enough sense. The size don't. Mm, I don't know. I don't know. Everything seems sizable enough, but not sizable enough. Shapes are hard to figure out because I'm building from basically a square box that I need to fit somewhere. I do like the idea of lowering this by one and maybe doing the upper layer that can go down. But this would be 2 layers, so that'd have to be down like another 3 blocks. And if I go above, I can use maybe the inset connectors on a different type of vehicle because honestly, these are not likely to connect much further than that. These are already difficult to get to connect like this. Inset connectors are only the slightest bit smaller, so they'd even more not likely want to connect. So, I don't know. I don't know because, you know what? Here's an idea. I'm going to scroll through, and I'm going to look at the scale that other people have made their largest vehicles at. I know the RWI is about 35,000 blocks for their largest vehicle. My Temperance is 28, including all the small blocks for all the ships. So, probably close to maybe, I mean, how much is this one? That's 8,000. So, it's quite a bit bigger. I just had an idea. All those don't have an image, so I'll just scroll past them really because it is so much easier. Sunray, Anvil, small block. These are fairly small. Oh, the Star Strider. Oh, that's a hauler. The fighter. These are cool. The other bit is it's hard to really figure out which one's going to be the largest because everybody has larger vehicles in different areas. That's an Arquidence. It's an arrow. 5,000. 16 for their carrier. 19 for that super. Light carrier is only 5,000. All right. There's a different blue vehicles. The Nebula being the blue red ship, seemingly. All right. Um. A big part of this is everybody seems to use much larger vehicles. Kipling seems to be right. The Kipling Destroyer at 22. Let's see. How big are you and how do you look? This is so much smaller and does not, in fact, have any interior space looking like. I don't know. So much of this seems. That's 51,000 for a heavy cruiser. Uh, I'll try to spawn it in, though it's going to be a bit difficult. Though it is about the size that my other ship was, so it should be easy enough to look at what they did and identify whether it makes sense to do the same or similar. Part of the other problem is level of detail. A lot of people make really large ships with higher levels of detail than I usually make my ships with. Given that difference in levels of detail, a larger ship with less of a level of detail looks less than this, which is absolutely huge. Uh, there we are. All right. The other bit is this only has what, 6 turrets? Looks like. This is gonna be really large, but I need to get a viewing of it, figure out why this ship looks, what I like about it, what I don't like about it, and how I would use some of the ideas. Because I could, in theory, double my patrol ship count, make it like 24, and double the height, allowing for that to be a box in the center with maybe mid-height escape areas. Allowing also ground and hang held ships, which could look pretty cool. I just don't know if that would work the best. Now let me fix the sun so it's on the. We'll work it this way, I guess. So at its widest, does this ship even have like a hangar at all? Okay, so it has 2 of these. Wait, is it 2? No, it has 4 of these quad railgun turrets, which I love the looks of. I don't think this thing has any form of hangar space whatsoever. Oh wait, it does look like it has a. Does it have an upper and a lower? No, it has one external connector down below, and then a hanger up top. Let me quickly go over to F9 so I can actually. This is huge. But that's kind of the point. This is so large, I don't even know. Like, a good chunk of this size is unnecessary bulk. I mean, this. How big is this hangar? It's so small. Are there other hangar space, or is a majority of this ship empty space? Because this might just be like a proper battleship with really. I don't see any areas that might be open space. I think a good chunk of this ship is entirely like out. I think most of its connections are outside connections. So this would not at all carry any sort of vehicles. Which, I mean, considering its size, I do feel like this is going about it about the right way with the weapons. But I don't think this would work in the situation I want to do. Although once again, this has this slightly I don't know, is it steeper on the bottom or not as steep? I can't tell. I don't know. It's hard to tell, but this is so much nicer. I mean, the size of the internal box, if I was to pick a point, would probably be like, where is the end of the internal box likely? Probably, we'll say about, I don't know, max width would go from about here. I'll probably go through because I think I can just walk through. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. This is like 27 blocks wide at the most. Yeah, and this doesn't have anything this way. So it is rather not small necessarily, but it's not. It's only 27 wide at its widest, or at its widest on its interiors without these engine nacelles. So, all right, we'll see what other vehicles are there that I could look at. Because the Apollo had space, a lot better space, but I might need to look up just how much of that Apollo space actually is the um yeah, how much of that interior of the Apollo space actually takes up. There's a gunboat, which is fairly small. I mean, that's just a light frigate that only uses like 10,000 blocks. Heavy destroyer at about 16. Escort frigate about 6,000. Armored cruiser, length 300. What is this one? Oh wait, that's the armored cruiser that I was looking at. Does it have any? No, it doesn't look like too many of these. All right, I'm gonna go spawn in the Star Scorcher armored cruiser. A lot of these look really good, but I feel like I don't know. I feel like I'm missing something with them. Oh Lord, please don't break. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Okay. How does this one work out? This is again a really long and thin design rather than my more standard bulky designs. I don't know. I almost feel like one of the things that I should probably try to do is almost design some of the weapons I wanted to use. Because I think this uses, again, 2 of these quad artilleries. It's very thin, although it does look like this one might have more of a hangar space. Yeah, this one definitely has more of a hangar space other than that bigger ship. But even still, it has so little hangar space dedicated compared to the size of it. Like, this thing would probably carry. This is what, maybe 5 blocks wide at its widest? Standardly, probably about little under 4 blocks for each ship's width. Like maybe 5 blocks best width, given how sizable these are, and it carries 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them, maybe. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7. Right? Because this is on both sides, right? This is just exits to the other ship. Yeah. Let's go back over to my F8. It does look like they're. What is this? This is like a connector, so I don't know if maybe there's like another ship that can fit there. But I mean, in general, this is relatively small internal space used um for any sort of carrying capacity. Oh, it does look magnificent. And this tiered system looks really good too. The tiered guns. But alright, time to get rid of this. And try to see if I can't find one of these larger ships that somebody else has made of a large scale that works in terms of looks like it might possess maybe some semblance of a hangar. Let's see. We're up to the RWI stuff. The Valiant, which again looks really good, but Polar Destroyer, Raiding Cruiser. I know that a lot of these that are made by Lunar are fairly small. He tends to build really small ships. Let's see if I can get past all the Lunar Colony ones. You're seemingly also small. Your assault carrier. It's a fairly small assault carrier. I'll spawn it in nonetheless. A lot of these carrier, I mean, that is what? If I just look inside of it, that is a 2-block high, and those are definitely light type fighters, at least in my scoring of fighters. So at best, it's a light fighter carrier, but carrier would probably be slightly more than I would usually give it. I mean, I don't know. So much of the size of these things are so odd. Let's see. Can I please find what I'm looking for? Where is? Can I get back to where I was looking? How did I get all the way down to two more of these? There's a gunboat in that. I guess maybe because they're in the W's. Where was I? I have so many freaking RWI ships that it's sometimes hard to find where. Ah, there it is. So is that assault carrier? Artillery cruiser. Definitely not what I'd be looking up. Outlander. It's a small grid. Let's see. Heavy frigate, Dawnbreaker, Wyvern, Pioneer landing ship. Let's see. Let's see. What are you? You're destroyer, railgun corvette. Let's see. You want to see Elegant Stormcutter? What are you? Heavy dreadnought. Not in my situation. Frigate, corvette, dreadnought, cruiser, missile cruiser. Okay. Okay. Don't really know what this one is. Small ship. Back over to the gunboats that I saw earlier. Finding freaking any transport vehicles are really hard to see. What? This is says it's a heavy dropship with 26,000. Did I spawn this in previously? The V400. I'll have to look at that later. Cruiser, dropships, frigate, cruiser, frigate, destroyers. That's the USF battleship. 44,000. A bit more blocks than I'd likely use. I'm looking for like the 20 to 30,000 block range, but apparently nobody makes carriers in that range. There's a carrier. It's only 6,000 blocks. Right, that's a battleship. I don't know. None of these are. None of these are like the type of vehicle that I'd be making right now. I mean, I'm definitely not gonna spawn in a. I mean, the Victory. Uh, This victory is about the same scale as what I made. This Providence is way bigger. This Nebula. This Hammerhead. Of course, there's this stupid thing, the Super Cruiser, which is ridiculous. I can't seem to find any. Do I not have any of these that are like a directly designed carrier vessel? I mean, the battle cruiser is exploration frigate. There's a lot of drop ships, but I don't see carriers. Uh, this is primarily the OPC is seemingly a mostly civilian oriented items, at least that I've seen. At least that's the primary thing that I see is civilian ships. So, ooh, that shuttle would be an interesting one to look at. Either way, where are fricking? I don't know where any carriers are, or ships large enough to necessarily support carrier-esque operations. Is 43,000. Uh, I'm halfway. Don't want to necessarily spawn in anything that I don't know is going to have some form of carrier type operations, but I don't know. You know what? I think I'm just gonna start building again. I have spent way too long looking through these ships, what I have, but all this has done is kind of prove to me that nobody really does what I'm doing with ships, and so it's going to be very hard to work with these. At least nobody that I have subscribed to and grabbed their stuff. Yeah. Some of the Factorum stuff. I think what I'm going to do, let me get back to my big box, is I think I'm going to redesign how I want this big box to operate. So I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to start building the frame of the vehicle and then find out how this can fit in that frame afterward, rather than trying to make this fit a frame or trying to make a frame around this. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a separate ship, or start making a separate ship, with the in mind that it's going to be large, probably about 300 blocks, and just build from that length and try to get to a decent width. and just see what I come up with, and we'll work it that way. So I'm going to kind of come over this way, at least probably 1K away. All right, good. We're about 1K away. And we're going to build. That's 3. And then I'm going to put about, I think I'm going to try to get it to be, I like the 300 kilometer, the 300 meter length or so. So I think I'm going to stick with about that. So I'm just going to go back to roughly 300 meters and we'll see what we get. Which is about 150, so I'm going to go over 150, but that's the goal. The goal is make 150 reasonable scale, and whatever I can fit in the 150 is what I'll fit in the 150. Oh, right, that doesn't go longer than 100 in a single bout, so... Alright, let's go. We'll just get to about 150-ish, so... Here. 155. So this is going to be roughly the length I want. Now, I know no other details of the shape this is going to end up being. I do want to quickly, where is the control panel? Because I know info, convert to station instantly. There we are. I think one thing that I do want to do is I think I'm going to make this be the front of the ship. And I'm going to quickly do this. Alright. And now we're just going to start building from here. Part of this is going to be to create a front. Actually, I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to create sort of a... I'm going to already... No, we're not going to start from back here. We're going to start from the very front. Then we'll go about... We'll do that wide. I think we're going to do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3. I don't know about that already. Don't know about this. I'm very indecisive today, which is not great. Part of my concern with that is if I make it, I kind of want to make it like a hammerhead. But at the same time, I don't necessarily like the idea of making it a hammerhead style. I do kind of... I think what I'm going to do, actually, is I think I'm going to take from here, I'm going to go up this, come this way, and then, what is this? 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. I'm going to just go down like this. We're going to start the front. I think I'm going to lessen this, so we're going to add that, and remove that. And we're going to add you here, remove you, and remove that. There. I feel like that makes... I like that a bit better. And then I think I'm going to actually continue this width for a bit longer. Yeah, I kind of like that. And then we'll go a little bit further back. About this point, we're doing a thing. I'm going to go with 3 and then drive back again. The goal here is to put a turret in this gap right there. So probably some form of custom built turret will be built about here, bringing these both fairly straight back, but this one going and building this sort of this way. All right. So this is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5. And then probably coming to some form of break in that type. I actually kind of like it being slightly behind that. And then I think I am going to build this top end slightly wider. I feel like I'm going to make this wide. Continuing this. That. So, yeah, I think that's good. But then also doing this. Because I think that looks interesting. So you sort of create this kind of slow slope towards the bottom, a sort of point that it kind of comes to a ridge. That ridge becomes like a top, and then creating a still thick bit for the spine. Of course, yeah, I like this 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Doing that. I think I'm gonna do that 3 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 5. Perfect. And then maybe creating a area where it kind of goes back. I don't know. We'll go 10. 1, 2, 3. This is actually 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Boom. So and then I think I'm going to continue this more or less just straight across. This kind of makes this actually now become wider. So it goes from not as wide to wider, which I think is an interesting concept. So I think I'm going to stick with it. And then we're just going to drag this backward a bit. I think we're going to maybe add in a interesting development, adding an extra layer here. And then maybe splitting this to go up again. So that's 5, 1, 2, 3, 5, 2, 5. I think I might do a similar excursion. So this is this, then repeating that below it. All right. There we are. I think that works. Yeah, I think this works pretty well. I think I'm then going to draw these two more or less. I think I'm going to continue this into a, again, slightly flatter design. We'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think we'll do one more and then go down. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Perfect. And then that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Excuse me. 9, 10. There we go. Do that twice. Actually, I'll do it one more time as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm then going to begin widening this in sort of a 3 wide area. Elongating to about here. Continuing probably this for, I think I'm going to do one more on either end. And then doing maybe, I don't know, this. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do similar up top here. This is very odd to recreate interesting designs. I have no idea what this ship is even meant to look like. That's the fun part of this. I do not have the slightest clue what the end look is meant to be. A lot of ships, when I build them, I have an idea what I'm trying to build, but for this, it's just build. And then I think I'm just going to kind of continue this for the next while, maybe even now finally going 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, I think that's pretty interesting design. I think we're then going to take this position. And I think I'm going to go. I think I'm going to go out one. And then kind of go back a bit. Yeah, I think we're then going to go back a bit. No! Z, there we are. This is 11, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right here is a middle block. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to use this middle block to do this. To bring it out 1. And now it goes from inline to no longer in line to continuing now this line And then I think I'm going to bring it all the way to the very back here, all the way to this point, where I'm going to bring it back to the width. So now these are on the same width again, but I'll probably pull this middle line out a bit and probably go up a little bit more. And I think the other thing I'm going to do is, now that I'm at this height, I think I'm going to do one bit further out, and then can do that one more time. Actually, no. Then we're just going to go back. What is this? Like 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then I think I'm going to do a sweeping up. And then a little bit further back. Once we go back a bit, I think I'm going to widen this top a bit more. And then continuing this farther back. This is going to be a very high positioned, very vertical ship for this very front section. And I think what I'm going to do now is I think I'm going to start pulling the width a bit more. So I think what I'm going to do now is I think I'm going to take this, I'm going to combine it, or not combine it, but I'm going to pull this maybe to a 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 width. Boom. 2, 3, 4. Right, this is 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 7. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. I think I'm going to do that one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Boom. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm then going to use a similar thing to up front there where I pulled it up, where I'm then going to create a sharper angle. So it's going to more quickly rise to the width. I'm going to do that one more time. And then come back a bit. Now, this is still fairly shallow. But I think what I might do is I might pull after a little bit further, go back a bit wider. Yeah, I think that's going to look really good to kind of almost sharper pulls shortly. So I think I'm going to elongate this a little bit longer to maybe like a 10 and then do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. And then elongate this. And then maybe pull a width. Yeah, I can make this look good by adding in sort of a jagged edge, I think, to this. So what I'd do is I'd add in a shape, maybe like this, and then doing similar down here. So forward a bit, and then of course pulling this at the middle to form a wider section. So finally recombining these, basically doing that. So you'd have sort of a slant there, which I think looks okay. It opposites the front slant, or actually, yeah, it mirrors the front slant, which I think looks pretty decent. And then maybe I don't know. I don't know if I like that as much. Some part of that makes me feel iffy on the design. I do need to pull the width, but I don't know if that's the best way to pull the width. Yeah, I don't think that's the best way to pull the width. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna kind of alleviate all this. Dang it, I hate that I did that because that means that I gotta fly over to the other side of this ship to remove the one block. Okay. I do think I want to make... Uh-oh. Okay, good. So now if I look at this, good. I did rejoin these. Perfect. I feel like... what I should do is I should do this. This is definitely going to need to get bigger, so I think I'm going to make this go up by one. This line. To provide sort of the space for one thruster to go. So one of the rear thrusters is going to go here, likely one of the larger thrusters. And then, yeah, I think I'm going to go back a bit. Because I think that'll look good, just kind of cutting that there. And then maybe slightly beyond the very end, maybe at about this distance, which gives a 4. Doing this. And how wide are we at right now? I'm just going to kind of pull this in towards the middle. So this is 1, 2, 3. So that's 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, no, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 32, 34, 35, 30, no, 36. What about 37 width? So we're actually fairly close to the minimum width to be able to fit in the current area for those, which actually is not bad. I actually feel like that might work pretty well. what I think I'm going to do is, at this stage, I think I'm going to bring this out maybe one more layer. So one more 4. Actually, I'll do 3 more 4s. So we'll have a total of 5 of these 4 pieces. So 1, 4, 1, 4. Do this. I'll stick with this for now. Good. So I think I'm gonna do 1, 2. Oh. This brings the total of these to, I think, 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I think the final thing I'm going to do is out one more block. And going up to create sort of a width. So this would be where the kind of width of these edges grows to its maximum. So if I just go to this, right, do this, this brings the maximum width to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is now 9. Which actually is probably about the width I'd want, the height. About maybe 9 across, because the bit about the 9 across is that works. 9 across, I might do 1 more of these 2s. Just gonna do this, like, boom, and then so that it does that. So we're at whatever layer this is. And this is the bottom of the ship. Kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Boom. And then you go 2 in, up 1, and now you go across. However wide I make this space. Now, if I want this to be the exit, which is very well could be the exit, which actually might not be a bad idea to make this like the exit portion. I could do that. I could also make this like an ingrained weapons section and then have them come out the back end of the ship. I could also make this be where all of the external things are, so it's a wider opening for the hangar. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. How do I want this to work? The other bit with this being so large, what I could do, and I actually might do this, is I might do these facing outward with an internal connection bay so that they are parked like this and leave that way and then come in, turn around, or back into the ship and then launch out like that. Which, if I design that into this ship, I'd probably want 3. Because, right, if I did that, this is how tall? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a 3 block, and 1, 2, 3, 4. So at this state, I would want this area of the opening to be roughly the size. That'd be what, at a minimum 9 wide. At a minimum, that'd be 9 wide by. That'd be about 9 wide by. I think I would end up with 9 wide by at least probably 3. At a minimum, maybe 4. I'll see how that looks given the scale of this, but if I did 4, that'd be 4 times 11? I'd probably do the 9 blocks. The 9 block wide inserts, so 9 block spacers, so that'd be what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Add a block spacer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Add a block spacer. So this is what, 9, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nope. Got it wrong. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is already getting really wide. I don't. I mean, I can always make it longer. Yeah. I mean, this is supposedly like 150 something blocks, but this doesn't look. This, as it stands now, does not look oversized. So, you know what? We can continue this. I think if I tap this, because basically the way that this is going to end up working is that we're going to end up having uh, that, and then I'll build out the internals of the hangar in a second. So this would be 1, 2, right? Then down by 1, out, down by 2, 3s, this, you, So I did that right. I should be able to just go from here and just go out wide, and this should, in theory, fit unless I made a mistake somewhere, which I most likely did. Yep, I made a mistake somewhere. I made quite a few mistakes, apparently. I'm uncertain of where, but somehow this size no longer doesn't fit the what I have here. So I'm just gonna get rid of this. Delete that. Do the same thing on the other side. Right. And I'll just go from here. 1, 2, 3. Let me quickly do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this would be 3, right? Up 1, out 1, up 1 more, 2, 2 like this, then 3. This is what I made an error on. That goes 1. Wait a second. And this does this. Wait, what? Did I do this wrong? This is 9 right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then it's the 2, the 1. Why does that equal more? I don't understand these. What did I do wrong? 2, 1, 2, 1. So it's 2 up. Okay, is this on the same level? Okay, these are in fact on the same level. So if I do this right, making this backward should do fine. So from this point, 2, 1, and 2 there. Which means that I have made some error on this end. 2 up. This should be 2, and this should be 1. So those should fit right together right there. Why don't they? What is missing? This is 1 further on the top, which makes this this. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, block. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, block. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I misplaced these positions. So in theory, these should be here. Are these connecting now? These now fit. Perfect. Okay, so now this all actually makes sense. All these fit. Okay. And the way that these are going to go is that I'm going to go 1 layer behind this. And we're going to go this way. Oh, wait. I think I need to make this one higher. I might need to. Let's see if I do, because I think I do, because I think this is only 4 blocks in between. Nope, that is in fact 5 blocks in between. That is exactly what I needed. Okay. Because then what I would do is, if I come over to the hanger blocks, where are the hanger blocks? There they are. Airtight hanger doors. Under these positions, if I put, let's say, Warfare 2's, these are going to be 9 blocks wide, so that'd be hanger 2, windowed, hanger 2, hanger doors 1, 2, 3. Type that one. Windowed 2. That would be U, 1, 2, 3, U. Boom and boom. Boom and boom. These would be behind. Can these connect through the behind? No, they cannot. So I would have to throw on U and then one higher. But if I add this should, in theory, work. So then I can match door 2s. So door 2, 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 door 2. This thing would now, in theory, carry, that is 6 quick to release fighter bays. This is ridiculous, but it is now the way that this is working. Whether I want it to continue this way or not is unknown yet. But it is how this is going, so time to continue it. I could also, of course, release this to be as limited scale as I want it to be. Perfect. Do that. And then I can just simply do this. Boom, 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 and boom. And then it appears that I'm going to be making this a bit longer, so this is going to be closer to probably 400 meters in length. Because I'm bad at deciding to actually make things reasonable scale, and unreasonably sized vehicles are something I excel at. And yeah, I have made unreasonably sized vehicles. Do I need to clear drones again? I really hope not. I don't like dealing with the freaking enemies in this. Not usually. They're always annoying to deal with. All right. Oh, I don't have these dealt with down here, so we'll fix it. If I get beyond closer to me, I might end up just going around and removing the enemy combat drones, but I don't think I'll need to. Okay. Yeah. Looks like he's getting a little further away, so I will not need to deal with them harshly. I don't know if I've done really stupid with this ship or really cool. I'm still undecided. I know, I think it's pretty unique. I don't think I've seen any other ship somebody's made have hangars in this scale. This is not a dedicated vehicle, but it does carry 6 opening hangars, so 6 separate hangars on each side. And because of the scale of this stupid thing, that doesn't look too out of scale. That is ridiculously stupid. Given that scale, I'm tempted to move this further up forward. Oh, god damn it. Remove you two. There we go. Where am I? Ah, there's the ship. Yeah, I think what I might do... How far distance did I push this out from this point? Because what I could do is, I think I can make the rounded fit towards the front here, because the rest of it is so tall. So because I made the rest of this ship taller, I think I can actually make this whole assembly fit here. Or even just here, kind of towards the middle here. And I think I can make that work well. So, because yeah, how many would I need this to go forward in to make this work? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe 11. But I could easily move it to that wide point and just make that sort of a rounded edge by basically creating that sort of round that I had created previously, where it kind of rose and kind of pulls just across and sort of a curve. I can make it work. I think I can make this work pulling it a little further forward. So then what I'm going to do is I am going to add a piece right here. I am then going to come over to about here. I'm going to add this, and then I'm going to cut the middle section. So I'm going to remove, well, I'm going to first save, remove you, remove you. At this point, I'm then going to remove you and remove you. I'm then going to grab you. I am going to Control X. I am then going to control, I want this to be at about the same distance, which from this point was, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Really? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, about 6 from the outside. So I just add 6 from this edge, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then V. I should be able to post this there. And actually, yeah, I can make this work, because what I can do is if I make this like a 1, 2, and then just kind of continue all edges 2 forward. And just do that. I can then continue this basically across, basically doing I can even do only like a 1, 2, so I can only do 1 outside from the edge. And then do this one more time. And one more. And then I can just kind of more or less give this like a wall. Maybe let's say just kind of fill in here. Just boom, boom. I think I'm going to add in 1 along this ridge. There we are. And then as long as I basically repeat the same process, so, from this edge, 1, 2. So from the edges 2, so 1, 2. All right. Nope. This one was only 1, apparently. Giving that a 3. Yeah, that was what that was. Okay. But basically doing that, then I go through this. Double click on all of these lines now. Do that twice. And then continue what we were doing before. And then just kind of pull it across. There we are. And then we just simply throw in you. Wait a second. Is that right? That was right. Perfect. And then we can just add in this basic extra layer. Maybe do this one more time. Or even not. Just doing that and then flattening that to a surface. And then merging that surface in with this with, yeah, I think maybe doing 1 more 2. Or maybe even letting this go a 3. So doing this basically 2 more. And then, yeah, merging this directly into a, yeah, this will work well. Because, yeah, I don't need much in terms of the extra space. And so as long as this more or less creates that kind of pulling up for that, I can then perfectly make this work, making a sort of point piece. Yeah, and now what I can do is I can just take from like here, maybe go like this, just more or less creating a rough outline. So we'll say, I don't know, 2 up from this point. So you, not you, this, 2, and we'll go in 1. Oh God, none of this is connected because shit. Well, actually, I can make that work. This won't matter. This won't matter. So it'll be fine. I'm just gonna quickly get rid of all of this. Just delete, delete, yep. Just that, delete, yep. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna quickly cut off part of this and then just flip it around on the other side and that'll be fine. Actually, yeah, what I can do is if I don't want to get rid of these. If I make these go a little bit further forward, what I can do is I can angle the connection point here. So what I can do is I can then take from here a line going like this, a little higher actually. So what it'll do is I'll go from this point, we'll go up to about here. This will be about the same on, actually before I do this, I'm going to replace the other side. That way all of this is mirrored in case I want to make the top and the bottom separate. So what I'll do is I'll just do this. So there we are. So that works well. Because then what I can do is I can easily build a portion like this. If I disconnect these, right, like this, this is now entirely separate. It is still a station. I can reconnect it easily. If I go from this point, Control C, then go place, reconnect these together, I can then go to the other side. Shit, did I do that wrong? I'm gonna add a block there. So that is not connected. So okay, I'm gonna get rid of all of this. And then I'm gonna delete this. Okay. That's not connected again. Connected again. There we go. Add a block there. Remove you. Okay. Remove you. Till you remove one. Okay. Then I'm gonna add you back. And then does that add one more? That does add one more, so I need to get rid of you, get rid of you, add you back, remove you, add you, remove you. That now, I think, lines this up correctly, so that if I do Control V, and I rotate you 180 degrees, Perfect. You should merge correctly. And if I remove this, just perfect. So now if I add on top you, that should be corner perfect. This should now, in theory, uh, all of this should line up correctly. So I should be able to repeat what I did, or should have everything repeat on one side to the other. And honestly, I think this looks really good. I think that bridging of the width, I think works really well, especially if I wanted to add in some form of turret that goes along that edge. Speaking of that edge, it's time to make the edge. Now when I'm going to come over here, I'm going to go over to this edge, and I'm going to go 1, 2. I'm going to go up 2 from this edge, and I'm just going to start making more or less whatever I want doing this. I guess we can do 5 just to make it fit. Right? Because this is 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, 1, 2, 3. Not you. 4, 5. Down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Down. And then 1, 2, 3. I guess we'll go. Then we'll do 1, 2, 3. We'll go down. 1, 2, 3. Oh, right. I need to remember to bridge this again. So not only does it have to do this, but I also have to remember that it has to bridge in a very specific manner. So at this state here, I want to start bringing this inward. So we're going to go in 1. Actually, if we do this, maybe not like this. If I make this a 3, I can make you also easily do a 1, 1. Maybe do 1 more and then do a 2. And then I can probably cause this to bridge a little easier. I need to bridge this, which I can probably do maybe by doing this by a 3 and then going in like this by a small portion to create that kind of raised area. And I might actually do it this way. If I do this, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That actually fits. And actually, I kind of like that because that would allow for this angle to work. I just need to bring you. That'd be 3, 3, and then do this, making this a 3 wide angle. Yeah, that'll work. And actually, if I move this, I want it to be Mm, I'm not happy with that angle there. Not happy with this at all. Okay, I'm not happy with that at all. I think doing something like maybe one. Yeah, I think this is better. Yeah, I think that fits much better with the angling. It kind of broadly allows that smooth transition of angles. All right. So I'll remove the extra blocks. And then we'll just remove this corner piece. There we are. Perfect. And we'll just fix this later. This is kind of a steeper wall. So I can actually make this work pretty well because it can kind of more or less be somewhat of a flat area. I think what I might do is I might do this. I want to add up outward by maybe a block. Not certain about that one. Not as certain about that one. I might make it work if I do this, though. If I maybe take this, go up. Mm, that's not the right location for that. All right, I got a better idea. Because actually, what I can do is, yeah, if I do this, go up one, and then go out, what I can do is, if I go down, this is 2 blocks, right? So 1 block out. I can then create this, where it kind of comes up. Up by 2, this. And then yeah, I think that works pretty well. It allows it to merge at down here, which kind of works well, I guess. Especially if I add in sort of a. This is just like a starting, and then if I kind of fill in this back section, so just do this. Just gonna fill in this, see how it looks. Yeah, I think this will look pretty good because it then encircles the already done section here, making the pulling out section look better while still allowing for other elements of the ship to kind of poke through. So I think this is good. The other bit is I can easily make the back end either pull in like this, like it is now, basically creating this on all four quadrants, or repeating this sort of system on the other side, but either way, allowing this top to pretty much just be flat, making everything else look pretty good. So, if I do this, I would need to go. This was what? 2, 2. So 2 inside, 1, 1, 2, and then flat. So 2 inside, 2 inside, 1, 1, 2, flat. And one more. Right? So, yep. You believe this is right? Oh, it looks like. Wait. That's. What's the difference here? 1, 2. Oh, is this? This is a square. What did I do differently? Did I remove these? No, that's not right. There's that there. This belongs like this, and this looks like it goes like this. Wait, what? What did I do here? Remember. You know what? I can do this. These two layers are now one big block. That allows this to be easily verified. Second, what? This is a corner piece. Does this line up? Or is there a difference in edge? This is not a corner piece. This is apparently this block right here. So that's like that. And this is removed. So that's right, yes. Yeah, the rest of this looks right. Now that I've added that. Yeah, okay. I think the rest is fine. Everything looks right. I just don't want to have a large error, because if I had a large error, that would really suck. Especially because of the immense distance that this thing will cover in terms of after done scope. Okay, so this 2 blocks. Interior, yep, I think this is right. Apparently, I just filled this in. There we are. Perfect. So this now apparently is right. And I like it. So that'll work. I'm going to go fill this in on the other side. Do that. Basically filling this entire grid out. Because this thing is huge. I truthfully have no idea how I ended up designing something this large that also looks this good. Alright, and I'm not quite certain what I'm gonna do for the back end on this design, so I'm gonna leave that kind of done with the actual filled in portion. How far in do you go? Let's see. Well, you go into about this far. You know what? I'm gonna try to replicate this again. So it is one. Fuck, I don't want to try to replicate this. I could, in theory, cut this off, copy it, flip it, and place it. I could do that. Do that. It'd be very much a lot easier than what I'm doing now. Do I want to make this angled instead? I could make this angled instead. Instead of this curve, I could make it more of a flat angle. I'll try that on the other side and see what I'll think about it. Because if I do I do a steeper angle, I'm just going to do this because I might as well try it here and see what I think about it. I'm just going to quickly get rid of you. Real quick. Easy enough to replace. If I do something like a steep angle on the side, so 2, 2, 2 angle, making this a 3, and then doing 2, 2. I could do that, and then doing this going the other way, being, of course, 2 blocks, 2 blocks, and then, of course, that edge being like this. But, of course, I can always just do this to make the lineup work. And then doing 2 blocks. Like this. I could do that. It's a much flatter design. I don't know. I'm half actually tempted to go with this. Because then this would be this. It's not bad. It keeps angles instead of round, introducing more rounded shapes. I'm gonna just try to replicate it over here because I haven't done that yet. So we'll see what I can come up with. But this would, in theory, be a much nicer, cleaner design. Fill this in, then we do this. Just boom, 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 boom. And then just doot, 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 doot. Bang, 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 bang. Honestly, that's not half bad. It's a very steep angle. It's very sharp. But if I use the parts like this, right? This would also make creating the rest of this fairly simple. And then of course using if I use these, right? I think if I add you no. That's not what I'd use. I would use wouldn't it be it'd be one of these, wouldn't it? It'd be this on each of these corners. Because I do this, right? Uh along these. This would be, of course, this back end, this back sweep. All right. And then we would add this in all of these positions. I would then need to add in, again, these. I'll be honest, building this is quite the odd thing to do. This kind of hurts my head doing it. Oh yeah, I like that. That looks cool. that'd be easy enough to add in place. It'd be easy enough to kind of detail, especially with a paint scheme. Speaking of a paint scheme, I'm gonna try something as well. Different paints. How do they portray the thing? I want the right color, but it's if I was to use the clean, does that? No, that does not alleviate the difference in these. How about the carbon fiber, by chance? Okay. Carbon fiber would alleviate the lines a little bit. It would create new lines, though. How about corrugated, potentially? Doesn't look like corrugated actually. Oh, there's the corrugated change. Ah, it once again shifts direction. Don't like that. What about maybe retro future? Oh god, please freaking load. It does still change the angles, unfortunately. What about maybe sci-fi? How does that one work? Does still create that pattern. How about weldless? How about that one? Okay, weldless would create a smooth plate. So I'd be able to use weldless on these lines to create a smoother position. Because otherwise, I don't think anything other than a camo. Would the camo still do that, or do I have to go clean? Yeah, that does still create that difference. So none of them seem to do it. I might be able to get maybe a neon, but I think I'd have to use the weldless. This is really lagging for me. I don't like the lag. Please stop. Okay. Oh, please stop lagging. Don't crash, please. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I might need to disable a few things, but all right, it does once again have the difference. Okay. Well, I'm gonna get these back to clean or standard armor skin, no skin. All right. So it's good to know that at least one of the armor skins does work for this. I gotta be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then I'll see about whether I want to continue this way or how I want to make this work. But I will be right back. Alright. Hang on a minute, yeah. I'm gonna quickly remove some excess things. So I'm just gonna quickly do this. We're gonna go biggest grids. Oh, we're gonna have a lot of these 113s. I can remove that one without any issue. All right. That's the really big one right now. Oh, I don't want to change any of the rest of it. Okay. This little storage facility thing, I'm going to... I think I'm going to remove you. And I'll just leave the rest of debris. Remove. Please stop lagging. Okay. All right. Oh, I do want to go actually F10. Oh, F10. We want to switch back over to first. U. And then go back to F6. And yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to make use of that angled version instead. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut off this front, replace it with the angled, redo some of this. We'll see where I still like the look of it. I'm going to quickly save as X1, and yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to chop off. Wait, before I chop the entire thing holding this thing together, I am going to bring you all the way across. There we are. So now this is connected. So if I decide to basically go from here, right, because this began at the top. Yes, so this is 1, 2, yeah, I'm just gonna chop off pretty much all of this. We're gonna make on the line here. Because it's edge. Yeah, 1 block from the edge is where it starts. So basically, if I removed this and re-added this line right here, this is what I've got right now. So we're just going to remove this. And we're just going to deselect you and you. You still are saying you're connected, so I need you to really not be. Oh, right. It's still connected in the middle over here, so we're just going to deselect you. Perfect. Delete you. And do it on the other side. And then we are going to we're gonna go this top 1, 2 across 1, 2 across. Is it the air gap? It's down right at that corner. So it's down right at this corner. Then we go right. Then I'm gonna do this here just to allow for this. So yeah. I know for a fact that this bottom section's this way, so I can remove all of these corners. Because the design is this, yeah, so this is going to be how this is going to look. So I'm going to remove that. Do this one more further down. And then do this. Down 2, cross. Then this would be, I guess, the grand total of 1, 2, 1, 2. You. And you here. Perfect. And then we're just going to add in this just part of this will be right, but perfect. One more. So just you out, you out, you out. I will have to make changes to this later, but it'll work. All right. Uh, you know what? I'm just going to continue like I'm doing now. I don't think I've fucked anything up right now, so we'll just continue it this way. I don't think I've royally fucked it up yet, so but I would not know until I finish this, which I'll finish in a minute, I guess. All right. I think I did this horribly wrong. Which really does suck because, well, yeah, I definitely did something wrong here, which I'm going to have to fix. I'm going to probably. How much of this is wrong? Well, actually, technically, I need to add one more block on the outside of this, and then I think that actually makes this right. I think I add one more block here. Let me let me do not quick load. Okay, so I know that at the center here, so the 5, there's one block. Okay, so I have an actual, I did this wrong completely. I am missing a lot of blocks then, because there's a block on top and then the angle. What did I do here? Why did I do it like this? So this entirely has an entire extra of this. So there's that. Because this is what I need to do. So in theory, this fixes it. In theory. After I do this, this should make this right, and I should be able to go on the inside on the other side and just make it compliant, I think. Right? Because if I go 2, is there one last on the, I think, right? Is there one last on that edge? So there should be one more block. This should go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 from the inner edge. So if that's not 8 from the inner edge, I did something really wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there should be one more block here. Ah, I see. Yeah, so that does that. That's that. Okay. Yep, this is all right, I think. This should now allow me to wait a... right. And then I knew... Right. Because now if I do this... right there... because this should, in theory, be a grid pattern of every single one of these blocks. So I guess then there's this, which I don't quite know how I did the very top, so we'll ignore it for now, but I think this went all the way to the very top, so I should be able to replicate it without much difficulty. Which would mean that that's there, and that's there, right? I did the angle all the way to the very top. I did the angle to the very top. So in theory, I should be able to just do this. 1, 2, 1, 2, boom. And then we do this, one more of the big one there. And you are in fact that, you are in fact that. Perfect. Was it all the way at the very edge as well? That it was. This was the angular stuff, so this comes over here. It means that these two are also this. That's that, that's that. You there, and you there. This is going to then become the front end and the first fully armored section of the ship. And I'll be honest, oh lord, is this thing beefy. So you're there. This is not the right... No, these are not right. This is the right one. Bang, 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 bang. Oh, right. This also means that this goes one further down as well. Which does mean that this goes right here, right? Yes. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, and boom. This is a ridiculous looking shape. I would not want to replace any of this with heavy armor at any point because this is ridiculous. Like, the way that this looks is absolutely ridiculous to try to... To try to make any of this ship operate reasonably is just a ridiculous request. All right, and then I'm going to go rebuild this on the other side. That all looks right, so now we just... Good, just do it again. This is ridiculous. Because I just cannot understand why I built it this big. Well, I do understand why, but I'm surprised at me building something this large. Every one of these pieces is going to allow for the grand ship design to just exist. I kind of want to know just how many plates this would take to build in survival. Like, I kind of want to get this, use a mod for scrapping ships, get this entire thing scrapped, and then see what it looks like, because this is ridiculously big. Yeah, I think that'll be really cool to do. When this is all done, scrapping it, so then I can put, required, the building requirements. If you, for some reason, decide you want to build this in survival, here are your building requirements. And what's funny is that this extra shape actually allows for the this just allows for this to just neatly connect, just flatly. Because this is a 3, that's a 3, here's a 3, 3, 3, and then that. So it actually just lines up nicer. This fits better than anything else. And it's just these bulky, huge sections. One thing that I might do is I might actually carve a square out of this, elongate that square forward, and then just add it back maybe a little bit further to kind of add sections, because I can easily break this up. This could easily be broken up because it's just square elements. So I just remove parts of that square. But all right, I'm going to Alt 10, admin tools, F6 again, Alt 10, so I can time of day offset this, so I can actually see what I'm doing. And yeah, I think this actually looks really cool, primarily because of the way that this bay works. Because the other bit is this can hold 6 of those fighters. I kind of want to actually design the space for those 6 fighters right now. So that is something to note, is that the bottoms are going to have to use either inset connectors or they're not going to really fit right. And or I guess running parts at the bottom here. Oh well, I'm gonna finish sealing these off, allowing this to be more or less sealed. We'll finish this seal. Then I'm going to finish the outer shell, outer skeletal structure of the ship. And once that's done, then we'll once I finish the skeleton of the ship, then we'll be ready to go in building more of it. Although I do have to remember, I have to add in some extra blocks to the very top toward the middle if I want to make this work right. So I do have to probably either add one more of these layers a few blocks in or do something. I'll just take a how many blocks? I think it's 9 back from the front that I want it. So 1 block back from that, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this would be the layer with the yeah. So this would be roughly where I'd put the other blocks. So I'm just gonna take you. We'll just take you. It'll be even number. Perfect. That is exactly what I wanted. And actually, I want to add one more layer above this because, well, yeah, this, like this. Uh, so this is how many blocks from the edge? 1, 2, 3. So I'm gonna go from this edge All right, multiple of 3. You go to the very edges of marked space. And then in the, yeah. And what I'll do is just add in one more layer on this intersection. Let me add in my connectors. Building this, I think, makes this the right location for this. I believe is the right location. I can verify when I finally bring in a ship, but there we are. I think that's that, and I think this would be, of course, I'll just grab a conveyor junction and throw it back here real quick before I add in the floor. All right. So this, right, I did this wrong. I've now got to add in an extra block here just to remove this, because this allows that to be connected. Removing this, add a block. Because this is the way that this needs to go in order for these to fit in the right locations. And then I'm going to go double check my distances. But this should, in fact, then allow for 12 of these things parked either side. Let me go back to the old design, measure the inside, because I'm just taking 2 off of the edges. So the length from the front of the vehicle's parking space, which is a little, which it could actually remove one from, so that's nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. Okay, so I only needed 8, and then it's 1, 2, 3, 4 after the back. So 8 forward, 4 back, with the forward being that. So I think this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I'm actually going to remove this and just remove that. Do that over there. Remove you, place you. All right. So now that these are been cut in by one, on this one, you and that you. Wait a second. No, I didn't cut that in one far enough. That one's you. That one's you. That one's you. This should be now 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. Okay. Up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That doesn't make any sense. No, it does. This is one block further back than the other one. So I was right. These are in the right locations. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. So remove these, place these back in the right locations. I want this to be here because I want these slightly further from the edges. All right. Boom. And then all I got to do is take the bottom layer and the middle layer and extend these 4 further back again, and this will be the very bottom. So 4, and do this, and this would be the size necessary. I'm gonna just snap you. This one needs to be 3. And then we just cap it all off. These need to be how big from the back? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 from the back. 1, 2, 3. So 4 back. 4 back. Perfect. And I just finished this, and this will be the top of the hangar space. So if I wanted to, I could do no amount of extra hangars after this. This could be the end of the hangar space. And we're already higher than we are now. Which actually, given this, I feel like I just need to pull this back a little bit. So I just need to join you to that and then bring these somewhere. And that's it. That's the goal. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to move you back a bit. I think I'm then going to pull you this way. I have no idea what this actual is going to end up being, but we're just going to do this. Because I don't know. We're going to move it up 1 and just go back. And then we're just going to do this just to make this meet up. And voila, that now meets up. That is now good. That is fine. I can make that work. That now gets to that edge, and I can build from there. And so what I'm going to do now is we're going to go this way. No! Z! Please do not control X. That would really suck. I'm going to go up back this way. Blocks. Go back quite far. I think we're going to, oddly enough, I think we're really freaking tall right now. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually just continue this completely flat backward. As it stands right now, this is really tall. So I might end up reverting this height a bit. Mostly because this is ridiculously tall. Like, this is how tall it does this. We'll figure that out when I make the bottom, but I still am going to go a little bit further back, so we'll probably start my angles again, but I think that's fine for now. And we're gonna go back this way. Good. What is this? 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, 9. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then we're just gonna go quite a bit backward. We're then gonna go, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We'll do 15, and then we'll begin a widening piece at the bottom here. Good. I think we're gonna basically, after this, I just want the finished skeleton, so I think I'm gonna go move you up now from this point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're gonna naturally do a slope of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I did not mean to do that, but we'll do 6, 7, 8. There we are. All right. There we are. And I do feel like this needs to get wider, like have a small break and then do like a wide thrust section where it maybe widens quite significantly. But I feel like in order for that to work, there needs to be a decent gap between these two. How wide would be the right gap? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, maybe. That doesn't really feel much like a gap. I think I might go another 5. So 1. All right, we'll go with this, whatever this is, and then what happens if we do sort of a 2 angle again? And we make this slightly wider. And then I guess we'd go back a bit. Actually, you know what? I know exactly how to make this work. We give it that gap, but then what we do is we go with the 45-degree angled spars. So we get the two 45-degree angled spars along the edges. So if I remove this, this is going to significantly make this more difficult to design, but I think it's going to look better. So we're going to go down 2 blocks on each. And then I'm going to use the... Okay, that. Then we do this. Ooh, that is really interesting. It definitely has to be made thicker. But if I then do it the same this way, so we add the... That's 1, 2. Do that. I can then do this. All right, and then we do this here. That should be that. And then I think what I'm going to do is on each of these edges, I'm going to add in 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 3. Okay, and there is none of that bridge piece, so... And then I do that again on the bottom side, so... Furthest, we do... 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Not you. 1, 2, 3. This is then the nearest 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Then you 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 1, 2, 3. So if I removed you, how do you look? I don't know if I like that. I don't think that's right. So it doesn't look bad. I don't know if that's good. I don't know. I'm gonna have to, I think what I need to do to make this right is I think I need to extend, wherever the central column was. Let me add you back. I'm just gonna add in the central column markers again. So it would be you. And then I think I would need, because that would then make this, that, this, that. So this would be the corner. Which means 2 blocks, and then this would need to be... Yeah, that then makes that an angle where that's... Yeah, this looks roughly right. I just need to add in you, I guess. You here. Why is this off center? What's wrong here? Where is this off center by? How do I want to make this right? Because this 1 up, 2, 2, yes. 1, 1, 1, 1. So I guess what I'll do is I'll just remove this until that becomes... Okay, there we go. So if I add this up here, and then I'll just remove this. I feel like this needs to maybe be flat, and then maybe make the border have an angle. So it's equidistant, maybe? Maybe. Yeah, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make this all flat, remove the back end. Yeah, I'm going to make this all flat. We're just going to... Better to do it this way than to waste time filling it in. I'm going to make it flat. I'm then going to cut the edge to make this the other design. And then I'm going to try to fill in an angle to it so that it has the other angle as well. So this fills in like this. And then we're just going to chop this off. All right, you should just remove cleanly. All right, it is getting a little later than I'd like, so I might end without the full frame, but I like this. And then doing something sort of like this. So it'd be 2 blocks, add a block, add 2, 3, and then that would, of course, line up to this. There we are. And then, of course, this would be the edge of the frame, which I think looks good. And this would mark your central angling point at right here, right? Right here. So yeah, that is your angling point. So if I were to cut this off and place this in all four corners, I would need to eliminate this intersection. And then I'm just going to add in basically this. There we are. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to, at this corner, keep that, and I'm going to remove everything else. Remove you. Remove you. I'm going to then remove both of these corner pieces. Got you up. Take you. Control C. I want to make sure that I place it on this. That way that should fill both those back in. And then if I was to Control V, rotate you 90 degrees. Perfect. So now that should... Oh, the copy paste did not work on the other side, so I'll have to do that again. V should just have to rotate you like this. And that should fit perfectly. So now both sides have this, which I actually kind of like. It allows for a sort of breakup of the width without too much extra. And if I was to, of course, as I am going to, how long would it be? Where are the Factorum? I put the Factorum stuff here. How long is the Factorum engines? Because I'm probably going to want some of these Prototech thrusters, not Factorums. I'm going to just quickly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. So at a minimum, I'm going to want this to be probably 16 deep. Oh boy. All right. So I'm going to do this and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. We'll go 17, 18. So we will go all the way to this height. So now I'm going to just do this on every single one of these, making the outskirt edge. And then I will see whether I like this look. All right. All the way over. And then I will do this. I don't know how I'm going to connect all these engines together at the back end, but that'll be the last decision before we get a pretty much close to ending sort of angles. We're just going to continue you like this. Do the same thing up here. And then again, got to do this twice more because, of course, all of the angles are done twice more. All right. All right. This is ridiculous, but that's fine. I then gotta do this once more, and then we'll see how I like the look of this. If I think this is too long, not long enough, whether I think it's proportional, whether I think even with this I need to elongate the back end a little bit better to create sort of that thirds kind of look. Okay. And we're just gonna uh do this. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, okay, I don't know. Where does this end? I don't know. I'm just gonna go across at about. Oh, hey, Ruby Rose, how you doing? Is this coming across? No. Yeah, how you doing, Ruby Rose? I'm doing pretty good myself. I I am overbuilding as I often do. Very overbuilding. Yeah, I am ridiculously overbuilt, but I'm pretty okay with that. Oh, this goes there, and then I can just repeat the process. I'm doing good. Work on projects. Nice. Yeah. I will scroll out once I finish with this section, but then I will show what I've been working on for the last 4 hours. Most of which was not spent actually putting down any blocks. It was mostly spent trying to figure out whether this works or not. Because I'll be honest, agile. Ah, dang it. All right. All right. Ad break ends in a minute. So yeah, I've been working on this stupid project. It's not exactly a stupid project, but it is ridiculous in its scale. All right, and there's the end of the ad break. All right. Yay. All right. Yeah, I have built ridiculous scale. If I zoom out, this is probably a bit larger than my previous version of the ship. Um, I had tried to build this a few days ago, or actually closer to a few weeks ago, and I wasn't happy with what I had made, so I made a copy of the world and then built anew. This building anew also is me building a slight bit bigger. Let me zoom out over here. Those need to be bigger. Actually, you know what? That's not bad. Yeah, we have this. Um, if I zoom in a bit, I can kind of demonstrate just how large this is by the fact that these are 9 wide. Each of these is 9 wide, and of course the 4 tall. So when I zoom out like this, and just how small that large of a section looks on this vehicle. Yeah, I slightly overbuilt. I think at the moment this is I decided to make pen versions of 3 or 4 ships, 3 from Helldivers, and maybe 1 from Warhammer. Oh, cool! Yeah, I definitely need to make that back bigger. I don't know what I need to do to make that engine area better, but I definitely need to, I think, my own versions. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah. I need to make that either go taller or wider, I think. I definitely am going to have a bit of a height section to that, but this feels like this needs width. I feel like I need to add more width to this back section for some reason. Like, I feel like I need to create maybe a other width adding area to this. But yeah. I was building this because I have previously, if I just fly over into this, I had made a previous ship surrounding this. Didn't like it, so now I just have this hangar system for these ships. This is a ship that I made a few weeks ago. You get all of this, and then if you come on inside, you have 4 beds, 2 blocks higher and 4 blocks wider in each group. Yeah. Yeah, you get this. You have your basically kind of kitchen area. Oh, get me through here. And then you have your main command post. That's annoying to get in without doing that. Yeah. And then you have your main kind of cockpit area. So you have like a cockpit area, a mess hall, and then also a sleeping area on this ship. And it's supposed to be a sort of scout slash patrol ship. So this would go check an area and basically decide whether there's whether the area is safe or whether there's enemy intrusion in that section, and that's what this ship's designed for. Small grid is painful to fly through. Yeah, yeah, very annoying. Yeah, that is why this entire ship has been made. The goal is that basically the idea is that um, these small ships here are carried by a larger grid, like a larger ship, and this larger ship more or less is sort of a command post. So this, for instance, will carry 12 at minimum of those scout ships. So 12 of them can go off from this big ship, carry 12 different areas of reconnaissance, and all report to this one ship. And the goal of this ship is basically to be that, a reconnaissance collection and do it. Mining-based units? Nice. Yeah, I sometimes do, but I don't do it as frequently as I really should. I don't do a lot of survival. I end up doing creative and doing this. Yeah, I definitely feel like I need to make something more here. I wonder if I can do something from maybe here. Maybe 2, and then doing this maybe. I'm trying to think of what I can do to make the width that I feel like there should be on this actually make sense. Because right now, the width that I feel should be here is not, and it doesn't It doesn't make sense to me, and I don't like it. I feel like this needs to be wider. Don't like how straight that is. I don't know. I do survival but creative tool active to make sure the ship actually works. Yeah, that is something that I should do more of, is just creating more ships. I don't like this already. I don't know. I don't know what else I can do because I want to end the ship. I don't want this to be too much larger from this point because, I mean, it already is huge, but I feel like this really should be, I don't know, 3 times bigger. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Can't decide this. It does look too small for the ship, but I can't tell if making it longer and bigger would make sense. Maybe, I don't know, do uh I'll go to the other side where I can actually see a bit better. If I did, depends on how the front went into it. Yeah, well, that's the bit, right? So the way that this currently kind of fits is that this right here would basically, this is the bottom of the ship, and this kind of more or less goes back, would connect to this, more or less just kind of blending in like this. So this would more or less go. Let's see. Let's see. Maybe do this. I don't know. So, which direction's up again? I am facing up. So that would be kind of how that bottom area would blend into that. So it kind of go, maybe, I don't know. I'm not happy with the way that that shaping looks. I like the shaping here because, like, I don't know exactly how this is going to be shaped, but it's going to be very tall and very thin. So you're going to have a lot more height to it here, and then it kind of drifts into adding a bit more width. And for some reason, in my opinion, it kind of looks like this should be much wider, and maybe, I don't know. It just feels like it should be wider at the back. The basic layout could be made. The rest of the ship could be built. The engines could be adjusted closer to the end. Yeah, I mean, yeah. What I'm trying to do is just trying to finish out the basic outline, as I wanted to finish that off by the end of today. I just wanted to add these blocks so I can more or less see what that is going to end up looking like. The problem is just, I don't know, because I do I do think I'm probably gonna end up cutting this back a little bit. Just gonna maybe over to here. We'll just cut back to like here, add one more on top. Excuse me. Go backward quite a bit more. Uh, do this. Build this really bit farther back. I need to use mirror mode more often, lol. Yeah, it's very helpful to speed up the building of things. Let me fix the sun real quick. Let's try to offset it a little earlier so the sun's kind of a little higher up. The sun just, yeah, so it's easier to see from this end, but yeah, I feel like it feels almost like this should be an extra, not necessarily length of the front, but almost like this should be maybe close to the 3/4 mark. Like, I don't know. It feels like maybe a little over a quarter of the ship should be behind, but it doesn't look like that. Like, it looks like it should be closer to like a third maybe behind. Like, I don't know. I don't know. In my opinion, it kind of looks like it needs to be. If I just come over here and just, or I'll just go from the middle, I guess, and just build out. I feel like this feels like it should be. I don't know. Let's just go back a bit. Maybe this much further back. Like that feels more proportional. Like it feels like that makes more sense. Like building it out to that far back. I don't know. Does that look about right for the length? Because it's very tall and thin, and then it's like that bringing of the extra width makes me feel like the rest of that back section, uh, primarily space. I mean, yeah, primarily space, maybe potentially atmospheric, but definitely primarily space. Right. Always assume you made it too big, Ton, because you always make it too big. Obviously, I scrapped the previous design and now I've made it bigger. Significantly bigger. Let's see. What is actually the length of this thing right now? I'll just get rid of that one just so I can do this. Ow. I've run into a thing. Let's see. All right. Let's see. All right. So I have now made it to 196 blocks long, which uh let me just quickly double check this. 196 over 392 meters in length. So I've made it bigger. I've not made it wider, but I've made it longer, significantly longer. But I don't know how I want to finish shaping the skeleton of the back end because it's about 1 a.m. and I would like to finish shaping this because I know if I come back to looking at this after making the skeleton, I will not be pleased. Uh, I don't know. That is about the size of the Super Destroyer from Helldivers. Really? Okay. I think that's also about the length of a, I think it's the Gerald R. Ford class aircraft carrier. right? Yeah, 337 meters. So it's actually a little longer by about, it's a bit longer than the Gerald R. 4 class aircraft carrier, which is about the size I was going for here. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like I need to make that back end wider, but I don't know. Because I feel like if I don't want to make it wider, then I've got to find a way to bring out the width that I've added here. Yeah, I feel like if I was to do this, I would need to make the width a bit further. Why is this? How in the world did this get here? How did this end up like this? How did I do this? I have a note for the Super Destroyer somewhere. I could calculate how many blocks they needed for a large grid and small grid. I may be crazy to make this Super Destroyer in small grid. I would say that's crazy because the small blocks are 1/5 of the large blocks. So if you need, like my ship is, uh, if I was to make the similar size with what I've done here, that would require me to do 5 times the blocks in the length. That is a absurd length just to for blocks placed, because that's you'd basically need at a minimum 5 times the amount. And most of the blocks about this are about 50,000 blocks. So that is a pretty ridiculous scale. Glad I fixed that. I don't know why it wasn't, but at least now it's fixed. Yeah. Yeah, I really don't know what to do here. I know that inside of this thing, but the doors is the problem for small grid. Yeah, you only get the 2 options for doors. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how big I'm gonna want, whether I want the internal hangars to connect or not. If I do, this will be a double-decked hangar with 6 on either side ready to deploy, and then potentially another couple in the center being able to deploy, which would be ridiculous, but also not the most I fit into a vehicle. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not happy with this back section. I think I'm gonna cut off these angled bits. I'll just do that. That should separate these. I can just then separate. Oh, good. This didn't actually connect. So as long as I separate it there and here, these are now completely separate that I can delete. Perfect. Yeah, I'm not happy with this. And I need hanger doors for the Eagle and Pelican from Helldivers, all while being FTL jump capable. Yeah, I don't know how that would work. Yeah, small grid for that would be ridiculous. Yeah, I definitely feel like this needs to be wider, though I don't know how I want to make it wider, because if I go with sort of what I was doing previously, that would be doing a slow ramp, maybe of threes. Um, Large grid is only an option without use of mods. Yeah, unless you want to use the whatever that jump drive is that they introduced with Factorum. But to get enough of those, you would need quite a substantial amount. I want to cut this back. I think I'm going to move this forward. Don't like that that happened. So if I decide to start making it wider more slowly, I think I can cut it to about here. I just want to try to get the end width, and then I might end up calling it just because I still have work tomorrow, and this is a ridiculously sized vehicle. And what I'd probably then do after this would do something for allowing for internal or allowing for thrusters to be placed. And then maybe continuing the angle. Doing another 3. That would bridge the width issue a bit. Yeah. This would definitely bridge the width issue. God, words are hard. I think I'd do this maybe twice more. I need to work on my project. It's a lot to figure out what I can do to make it useful in survival. Yeah, I imagine that's the thing about a lot of this. In no way is what I am building now ever going to be usable in survival for pretty much any reason. And I'm aware of this. Actually, I like that that matches up there. So this is the extra width. Because then what I can do is if I decide to add like a area where it kind of steepens a bit. And then I just kind of finish off the final bit. I just would like to have the option. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I think this would work. Doing this. There we are. I think that'll be kind of where the end of the area that it kind of just gets its width from, where we'd start adding the engines, and then would more or less uh bring it kind of to a more steep end toward the back. How do I feel about that kind of design? I think that's good. I think the only thing that I might do would be to maybe create a wider area here that's kind of rounded just to put larger guns on. So that there's at least some space for a decent sized gun anywhere but the very top. Because, of course, you probably want to be putting large guns right on top of your hangar. And besides, maybe adding some guns here. There's not really good places. Capable outfit docking at the stations when economy issues. Yeah. Yeah, I'd want to have maybe there'd be one set of guns there. There'd probably be one here and one here. So that'd probably be maybe 3 guns there, maybe Yeah, I think I might change that. This will probably make it shorter, but I kind of like the idea of making it shorter, so I'm gonna cut this back. I think I got a better idea, which is to yeah, once this kind of does this, I don't want to do the way I was gonna do it. So I think what I'm gonna do is instead of doing this, going like this, going mm, that don't that no. I think what I would do is I would do this, maybe add in that break. Then maybe go a little longer. Then add in the portion here now where it'll go wider by 3, wider by about 2, 2 again, 1. I think this. And then we'll just kind of continue this. Because I think having this curved makes some amount of sense. To then do this with. Does that look good? Maybe. So it may also be better to do that angle. Is herding of all the oxygen and cargo lines I will need to have on the Super Destroyer as well. If I can make it last a decent amount of time. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a fun one. Destroyer as yeah. I think what I'm gonna do instead is I think I got an idea better. Let's see. I think I'm probably gonna end up at deal again. Alright. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove all this, because I'm not happy with any of this. I'm really gonna remove this, and I think I'm gonna come over to here. And I'm gonna cut this. And I'm gonna do this from this position. I'm gonna do this just a little bit. Good. And I think I'm gonna do I'm gonna do this. Basically copying the recess there. And then maybe doing it a bit longer this way. I'm free again and come back to new design appearing. Yep. And then I decided I didn't like what I was doing before, so I'm gonna do something slightly different. And I think what I'm gonna do here is more or less creating like I did previously on this, but over here. So I don't know, more or less that this is the way this needs to go. If I did it this way, that's not right. I'm gonna just place this. Let's see. Doing that, and then using this. And then doing this maybe to make this a full 5, and then let's see. I have no idea if this is gonna look any good, but I think it might look okay. I am uncertain, but I'm gonna go with it and hope, because yeah, this is just gonna be built off of the hope that this semi works. Because if this works, this will look pretty okay. I'm gonna do it to this depth, and then I'd add okay sized turrets on top of this. I think this might work. Yeah. And then I gotta add in these here. All right. All right. And then I'm gonna do the same thing down here. And then I think I'll try to fill in some of this and see whether what I've started looks okay. Doesn't necessarily have to look great. I just want it to look okay. I'm just dreadfully afraid it's not going to look at all either okay or at all reasonable. The other bit is to make these look any good, I can only use the clean armor skin, which means if I want any decoration on these, the best way to do it would be um using the center spine. Or not even the clean, the weldless. For sake. And then I'm just gonna go using this, going backward. No. Good. We'll just that way. I'll just do the same back here. Good. So if I just do this, because this would be turned into a massive flat area. And we'll see whether this looks any reasonable. Reasonable, of course, being very subjective in this design. Honestly, I think this looks pretty okay. I think if I add some verticality, yeah, the Rusty can definitely look pretty good. You know what? I think if I maybe expand that by one more block layer, I think that'll look pretty decent, especially if I add some elements to break it up. Because the main idea here would be to about right around right here or so, maybe a little further back, maybe about there, to basically add in a either quad, like a quad railgun turret or something like that there, as well as maybe two or so other things just to kind of add in the weapons to make it reasonably armed. Because quad there, so two quads, maybe another two up top, and maybe some other weapons around the side there, as well as whatever can make it look reasonably done. And yeah. Alright, I'm gonna do upper only or both upper and lower placements for weapons. Probably both, but again, everything depends on how it looks. I'm gonna add on just one more layer and see whether that extra thickness adds to the design or retracts. I think it'll just add, but who knows? I know I certainly have no idea what this will end up turning into, so. No. Boom, 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 boom. All right. I do think I'll probably add in some thrusters to this at a later point, but I think this will be the last thing that I do is kind of figure out this wing a bit, and then that'll be that because it is 1:30 and I need to go to bed. And not afford to just choose not to today. Although I will be able to do this on Tuesday and do even more work. So, all right, let's see. Yeah, not today, Naresh. No. Oh, yeah, I think that's much nicer. That extra thickness adds quite a bit to it. Yeah, I definitely like that extra thickness, especially if I do any reasonable amount of extra work there. I think this is good. Now I really do need to hop off, unfortunately, but yeah. I think by going that width, it allows for the length not to necessarily have to be as long. But we all know that happens there. Yeah. I mean, I will finish this at some point. Mostly because I really want this finished design, and I think it'll be interesting to end up seeing how this ends up looking at the very end. Because one of the things that this is going to be designed for and is being built for is I have a story that I've thought of. One part of the story um is the deployment of the little scout ships that I made previously from I'm going to call it a patrol cruiser, though who knows what the end of this will actually end up being. And from that patrol cruiser, that ends up getting ambushed, and that starts a war. That is a thing that I have in my mind, and I've always had that part of the story in my mind. I have previously made a version of this, but it looked very differently. The previous one was called the Heavy Patrol Frigate. It has 28,000 blocks. I know mine will be a ground support unit like it is in Helldivers. Dual weapons on the bottom of mine. Nice. Yeah. I really need to remember to save this after I've turned it into that, but yeah. This is the previous version of that vehicle that I made. So Same story rule, but instead it was this size. It only had, I think, two of the patrol things, little deployable bit, and this is what it looked like. This was the previous version. And now we have that. Scale has nearly probably 8 times. So that's fun. Yeah. So that's that. Um, what's really scary about that 8 timesing is that the ship that's supposed to ambush it is supposed to be bigger than it. Yeah, just a bit bigger. Yeah. The ship that's supposed to be part of the ambush that takes out this patrol is supposed to be bigger than it by maybe not necessarily twice, uh, twice as big, but at least half again as big. So at least, if this is, 300 meters, then the other one would be, 450, maybe even 500 meters. So given this, like, that would be the scale of the one that's supposed to ambush it. Which is just a ridiculous size. So, yeah, scale is a bit out of balance, but oh well. That's fine, I guess. Yeah. Alright. I am now just gonna call that because, oh lord. I'm gonna move over to this. Alright. Okay, yeah, I'll raid them. Alright. Alright, yeah, we'll go raid that person. And yeah, we'll hopefully get it back to building that in a few days. I will also hopefully have, before the next stream, actually finally started on frickin', what was it called? Yeah, editing some videos for once. I also need to do that. Yeah, eventually I'll get around to playing those. Eventually I'll get to plan those. Oh yeah, I also need to do more disfigure. There's so much that I need to end up getting to at some point, but the list grows. Well, the list is already about 20 different games at this point. Like, I do also want to, I want to do the Space Engineers building. I want to finally finish defeating all the bosses in Enshrouded. I need to. What other ones is there? Let's. I want to end up playing frickin'. What's it called again? I'm forgetting names of games. That's annoying. From the list. Oh yeah, Convoy is another one that I want to check out. I want to play Persona 5. Paradise Lost. The ones that Naresh is currently naming are other ones on the games to play list. Freaking Star Wars Squadron, Star Rupture, The Witness, all of the ones in Naresh is naming. Yeah. Shipcrafter. I think I tried Shipcrafter at one point, but not on stream. But yeah, yeah. There's a lot on the list to play. Enough that I really can't get to nearly half of them. Ah, that's interesting. Yeah, alright. A separate application made by the same fella will also send sound. Ah, interesting. That is pretty interesting. Always fun to have a list. I wanted to pre-order another game. Yeah. I mean, the other bit is I also want to play a couple of games that I've been playing. I don't know. It might be. Yeah. There's a little bit more. Like there's a couple of games that I'd also, if my computer could handle it, I'd also want to play more of. Like not Rubber Space Engineers. Star Citizen. I've been playing GTA. I mean, oh yeah, and Hunter Call the Wild. Oy, so many of these that I want to get to at some point, but oof. Uh, Primarily the Discord, more or less, is the oh yeah, the Discord, yeah. The primary thing that's in the Discord at the moment is the if I'm gotta change my streaming schedule and when I'm going live is the primary for the Discord. Ooh, yeah, console. Ooh, Space Invaders on console. I actually don't know if that would be easier or harder than with the keyboard and mouse. But yeah, both. Yeah, that seems about right. I think it'd be harder for picking the blocks, but I wonder if maybe it's easier to rotate because I'll be honest, using like the page up and down, the home and the other keys as your rotation buttons can sometimes be somewhat difficult to figure out exactly which one turns it which direction. Though I do think SE2 has that a bit better, so. Alright. I'm currently on mobile, so description doesn't quite show everything correctly. Okay. I can post the link in the chat. Just give me 1 second. Come on. Oh, come on. Oh, okay. You got it, Nourish. I'm gonna get it, but unfortunately, I'm also on mobile, and so I had to wait for all the notifications of things going on till I could exit and look. Yeah. Primarily is that. Although hopefully the Discord can be done with something else. Yeah. All right. It is now 1:40. I really do need to get to bed, but all right. Yeah. All right. We're gonna do the raid now. Another thing, thank you all for coming out and watching. I've been Captain Tundraxis, signing off.
たちには随分迷惑をかけてしまったね。改めて助けてくれてありがとう。気を悪くしていないといいんだけど。でも道は一本しかないみたいだ。もしかしたらまたどこかで会えるかもしれないね。
あの人さ、いい人そうだなって思うんだけど、なんかちょっと引っかかるっていうか。
アルダシルという名前をデータベースで検索したのですが、サルゴンにおける歴史上の人物、それからセシュカや工業団の一般雇用者がいるの